Definitive action.
Enemy spotted. Ready to... Dodgy now.
considered that submitting ourselves voluntarily is proof enough that we don't require it and would in fact waste resources that could be better spent on other subjects. Need I remind you that we are at war? All loyal subjects must be willing to sacrifice their own betterment on behalf of the greater good. This is one of those instances.
Aggressor at hand. Recharge.
Restoring the balance. That cover crop was much better.
Like sting.
That's why we are all happy and contented. Others are not.
Responsible for making the mental refreshment process more refreshing than ever.
Prosecuting! Viscerally! stymies untoward inclinations, and refashions the mind into a thing of symmetry.
Unit action!
There, a misbegotten fool. Target reassigned.
How is this even possible? This has to be representative of some type of instrument miscalibration.
I wish that were the case, but I've ascertained that the calibration is within acceptable margin of error and have replaced the reader thrice. If these readings are accurate, then I'm equally aghast that we haven't observed more deceased wildlife washing up on the shores.
Anywhere else in the Arcadian system, you have a valid point.
Hopefully they can outlast Angie's occupation.
To ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times. The paradigm requires it. That's why mental refreshment is so important.
The mental refreshment process increases tractability, stifles undue agitation, stymies untoward inclinations, and refashions the mind into a thing of symmetry.
I shall reduce them to a flurry!
Only the protector of the advanced technology allows the refreshment process. That's why we are all happy and contented, and others are not.
While there are many mental refreshment facilities to be found throughout Arcadia, Placid Waters Wellnitarium, here on Crater, is uniquely special.
It is personally overseen by cognitive divisor responsible for making the mental process more
Sharpen up. Hostiles nearby.
It is the duty of every protector its subject. They're operating at peak efficiency at all times. The paradigm requires it. That's why mental refreshment is so important.
The
mental refreshment process increases tractability, stifles undue agitation, stymies untoward inclinations, and fashions the mind into a thing of symmetry.
The raw material for perfection. From the lowly... Come in, come right in, and be refreshed. Let's all fulfill our duty to the Protectorate. We're all in this together.
It is the duty of every Protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times. The paradigm requires it. That's why...
Still too many corporate bootlickers drawing air around here.
My blood boils at the council. He will pay 1,000 times for this treachery. Any fool in... Certainly. May whatever we speak freely.
Preserve said progress. Sustain the system.
Are you ready to realign with the paradigm? To shed all manner of imperfect thoughts?
All it takes is some light instruction, a restorative cocktail,
and a quick dip into the lathe of particularity to abrade your imperfections.
I'm Head Refresher Gould, and I guarantee when you exit our doors, you'll be a
productive member of our perfect society again. Soon you'll say,
goodbye, imperfect thoughts. Hello, contentment.
Now that was a nice tap on the old brain pan.
Subject, or should I say refreshed to be. Welcome to the Wellni타리움. You're not on my schedule. A walk-in then. Wonderful. Once you're properly evaluated, we'll have you well on your way to refreshment.
That doe-eyed expression, those ambling sentences. I do believe this individual is mentally refreshed. We may be able to use that.
Oh, you appear to have questions. A telltale sign of needing refreshment. Our facility's induction corridor is quite an experience, isn't it? A feast for the senses, second only to our Chief Edification and Remembrance Center, the Tomb of the Matriarch. Accompanying our Head Refresher's thought-lulling welcome is a musical score based off an inspirational composition partially hummed by the Consul himself, and a brief spritz of our very own Liprioritern gas to boost attentiveness and provide the perfect touch of compliancy to commence your treatment here.
That's why we are all happy and contented.
Placid Waters Wellni타리움 is the primary mental refreshment facility on Praetor. We are tasked with ensuring local subjects are serene, untroubled, and operating at peak efficacy. Head Refresher Gould says mental refreshment increases tractability, stifles undue agitation, stymies untoward inclinations, and refashions the mind into a thing of symmetry. I've undergone the procedure myself, several times they say, and look at me now, never more content. None authorized to you, not until completion. Simply step over to my automechanical colleague to my left, Simply step over to my automechanical colleague to my left, / your right, and it will begin your assessment.
Greeting, subject unscheduled. Subjects are required to respond 100% accurately to all queries. Bespoke Query 1. Concisely characterize your personal perspective. Incorrect, but your response has merited a... The accepted answer is... Query 2. Rate your present level of zealous efficaciousness. Incorrect. Wait. Processing. That was the degree of zealous Query 3. Do you ever fall prey to imperfect thoughts? Unacceptable. A perfect society. Final query. How would your neighbors describe you? Processing. The appropriate reply was formulating conclusion. Friend 100. Out of the acceptable amount for a true and dutiful protectorate subject is now. Proceed to the nearby pneumatic tube to collect your complimentary unitard and lift pass. Your realignment with the paradigm begins now.
You've gained privileged access somehow.
Your
superiors
realignment
must
with the
have
paradigm
arranged it.
begins now.
Demands perfect thoughts. Imperfection is impossible when the mind is a thing of symmetry.
Remember, collective cognitive compliance is a key part of our purpose. When we comply together, we survive together. subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times. The paradigm requires it. That's why mental refreshment is so important.
The mental refreshment process increases tractability, stifles undue agitation, stymies untoward inclinations, and refashions the mind into a thing of symmetry.
It is the duty of every protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times.
It is the duty of every subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times.
the walls look so soft, all of them?
Remember, all subjects under the guidance of our beneficent ruler, the consul.
I was led to believe my case required minimal treatment. But that last session, that was far more intensive. Strong observation, Your Sublime Radiance. We set the lathe to the maximal abradement setting, per instructions. Maximal? Who authorized you to use that setting? I demand the name of my betrayer! Subject is exhibiting increased agitation upon exiting the lathe, consistent with extreme cases. Further abradement recommended. Who are you speaking to? Are you recording this? Enough of this farce! Release me at once!
Waters Wellnitaриum, here on Praetor, is uniquely special.
It is personally overseen by Head Refresher Gould, the top cognitive... They're responsible for making the mental refreshment process more refreshing than...
Oh, do I detect a whiff of reprioritin gas? You know, I suddenly feel a mite more pliable somehow. Surely nothing to question. I thought no one was due for peak abradement for hours. I should have your chart. Wait. Ha! You're not a protectorate subject at all. You have the telltale look of wonder and introspection.
Scientists of this echelon must be exposed to low doses of refreshment gas to build a resistance. Sort of like arbiters with bullets.
Well, this is normally where you'd say something. Listen to this one. You're a hoot. Oh dear, I seem to be a little unstable at the moment. But never fear, I have intellect to spare. Don't believe me? I can prove it. Even in a state such as this, I am more than able to apply my argumentative skills against the inferior minds and bankrupt philosophies of our rivals. To what end are you here? Tell me truly. Speak plainly. You know, I'm beginning to have an inkling about your purpose here, and whose employ you're under. A proposal. Adequately debate me on the merits and failings of each group's ideology, and I'll provide you what you're here for. Oh, do play along now. It's so rare I meet anyone of even mild intellectual capability. That does describe you, doesn't it? There's a good sport. Do try to keep up. So, what of the Order? Our former allies? Those cursed overthinkers, doomed to lives free of luxury, toiling away in ceaseless cogitation. What say you of them? My position is a burden gladly taken to ease the suffering of our subjects. I think so they don't have to ensure the paradigm runs ably. Their order is chaos to us. Though your point, while gratingly expressed, is noted, albeit grudgingly. What say you about Auntie's choice, then? Tell me, is there any value in the vapid emptiness of those corporate consumerists? That actually sounds to have some slight merit when you put it that way. I mean, such a system would leave behind the general public, though. All our friends and neighbors. Your point is not completely without worth, I suppose. Only mostly. In the Protectorate, we have the best of everything. Food, technology, a sense of belonging, freedom from doubt, worry, hard work. No, the others simply cannot compare. People are unproductively prone to unhappiness. We remove this self-sabotaging flaw so they can fully appreciate the ample bounty we provide, free of doubt and worry. No, I haven't. And that seems a rather facile argument to make about a society that... Well, you've raised some interesting points, I suppose. Any other clever assertions you'd like to put forward before I fully evaluate? How very nice of you to say. You're not half bad yourself, for a non-protectorate, not me. Huh. Taken as a whole, that was the most engaging conversation I've had in... well, couldn't even say. Yes, it's true. I am thoroughly disturbed by how much you made me question many long-held beliefs. But frankly, that was quite invigorating. Now, what next? Why, I'd say you're right. That would prove without the shadow of a doubt its safeness and efficacy, wouldn't it? Tell you what. I'll get in, and you work the controls over there.
Now, don't turn it to its highest setting. That is for only the most severe cases. You won't forget, right? Right? Goodbye, imperfect thoughts. Hello, contentment.
You know, I suppose there is something ever so slightly disturbing about this.
His gray matter's turning to soup. Serves him right.
I'm realigned with the paradigm. I'm refreshed, so refreshed that I... La 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 la. Perfect. Goodbye, I'm refreshed, so...
Hey, whatever we discuss, speak freely.
beneficent ruler, the sovereign.
Sharp enough. Hostiles nearby.
It is the duty of every protectorate subject to ensure they are operating in
Don't hurt him, please. The Sovereign isn't at his best right now. You're not here to harm him, are you? If so, I must warn you, I will defend the Sovereign to the fullest extent of my meager abilities. Yes, it is. Our beneficent, infallible ruler, the Sovereign Henry Aloysius Varick, son of the first Sovereign, Reuben Varick. You'll have to forgive him right now. As I said, he is not his best today.
My Sovereign, what have they done to you? No, and certainly not the embodiment of all that is the Protectorate. This is a greater crime than all I have witnessed.
Deserves what? Whatever do you mean? Why, I'm his attendant, of course. I have seen to the Sovereign's personal needs since he was a mere, but of course vibrant and robust, infant. We've been here since it was determined that the Sovereign, long distraught over the loss of his family, was in need of mental refreshment. Since then, he has been receiving dedicated treatment from head refresher Gould himself. Well, after his first session, the Sovereign was notably upset, launched into hysteric fits of paranoid ranting, absurd nonsense about how the consul had betrayed him and seized power. For his own good, he had to be gently but firmly restrained. That all stopped after his next dip into the lathe, thank law. He's remained quite peaceful since. I'm certain he'll be back to his old self in no time. Not at all. Why should I? No subject of the Protectorate would ever harm. Who even thinks this stately form before you is the direct descendant of the... I will stay true to him and the Protectorate to the end. The Sovereign is receiving the finest possible care as he has every day of his life. Just...
I suppose there is nothing we can do at this juncture. Guard him well, Fel.
Go. Please, just leave us. Just leave.
Trust the plan. Preserve set progress. Sustain the system. Serve the Sovereign.
Enemy spotted. Enemies descried. It's killing time.
maneuver so much better once your phrenometric peaks have been abraded.
Your realignment with the paradigm begins now.
We're refreshed. So refreshed. Refreshed mentally.
Try to blend in. Act like a neutered, brain-dead lunatic. Just be yourself.
Greetings, new person. You have a look of query about you. I have answers to questions and... Hello. My name is Abigail, and I am realigned with the paradigm. It is the duty of all Protectorate subjects to regularly converse with our... I am newly full of zeal, free of imperfect thoughts. My mind is a thing of symmetry. I only experience approved emotions. Doubt and worry are notably unsafe. Head Refresher Gould says his recorded lectures are key to thinking approved thoughts. That, a restorative cocktail of pharmaceuticals, and a quick dip into the lathe of particularity device can abate. Only internally, I'm afraid. You should speak to Refreshment Facilitator Tilden. Why, it's right outside Head Refresher Gould's office. He'll schedule you an appointment. Just follow the signs to the lecture hall. Pondering begets disharmony. To deliberate is to court ruin. I once possessed a failing of character where I would voice simple statements in a way that sounded like a right as rain, neighbor. Refreshment is in...
Medicament dispensement has concluded for today. Please proceed.
Their
to
team plays the
lecture
worst
hall.
anyone has ever
Attention.
played. Our first back is perfect. Our pitch ball is well conveyed. Oh, you're new. Must be. You still retain that look of inquiry and deliberation. I make all songs about the paradigm abiders. The original version's about being a good Protectorate subject and turning in your neighbor if they lack zeal or think thoughts and such. In my case, not yet. Not that I haven't tried. There's something about the lyrics that just seem to want to stay put, of course. We're all supposed to watch each other close, to keep the paradigm on track and abiding. First thing you do when you're back is No, my daughter's name is Emily. Millie is a nickname for Emily, but I don't call her that. They say my phrenometric peaks are resistant to abradement, but still, they try. Oh, now she tells me. You know, I can still wonder, are you in disguise? I don't recognize so-and-so as a type. I'd go with you, I guess. But I need something first. My commemorative pitch ball's in there. From my favorite team. Oh, commemorative pitch ball? I missed you so. Let's never part again. One way out's the safest. Someone dug a tunnel in the kitchen pantry. Though there are 2 automechs assigned there. Oh, well, Met controls are typically handled via I'll be dithering about.
We're off to be refreshed. So nice to be refreshed.
Imperfection is impossible. Possible when the mind is a thing of perfect symmetry.
The kitchen pantry is presently off limits due to anomalous structural tampering.
case. Well, I'd welcome you to the Wellnitarium, but the designated subject... I was once a victim of imperfect thoughts. Oh, I had so many questions. But my questioning did... Yes. Admitting you question is the first step in your recovery. But worry not. Questions are as every loyal and dutiful Protectorate subject knows. Thinking is... You've missed the daily medicament dispensement, if that's what you mean. The medicament dispensement auto-mechanically... The medicament dispensement auto-mechanically I see you found the lecture as edifying as all the others here. Head Refresher Gould provides us with daily lectures in audio cartridge form. Upstairs in the audiovisual aids office, of course. Though that area is off limits to all subjects not a part of facility staff or security. You must mean the lathe of particularity. How very interesting. Here, take my pass then. You'll feel ever...
They're just handing out keys to anyone around here, aren't they?
Typically, I do not view mental refreshment firsthand. Its effects on an individual's spirit of inquiry are most deleterious.
Greeting, unscheduled walk-in. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, 1 being the lowest, how rounding up for clarity / responding approvingly. Our refreshment facilitators, I am responsible for providing medicament dispensement, has concluded for the day. Response. Medicaments are stored in farewell statement. May unscheduled walk-in. Greeting, unscheduled walk-in.
All it took was some light instruction and a restorative cocktail to abrade my imperfections. Aborting search. Never more content. Subjects prosper under the guidance of our beneficent ruler, the sun.
Prudence dictates, eye your neighbors carefully. What? Seeking cover!
In sight.
The kitchen pantry is presently off limits due to anomalous structural tampering. Apologies, this unit's conversation module is functioning intermittently.
Are those automags sorted? Time to go? Okay. Okay. You mentioned my daughter afore, didn't you? Is she waiting for me somewhere through there? This is all right, Nick. Guess all outsiders aren't as bad as Prudence makes you out to be.
The state we found the sovereign in. I do not believe for a moment that he truly was in need of it. And I fear he shall never be the same. I have no use for platitudes, Commander. The Consul shall be made to pay for his part in this. Then...
If there's anything worse than my former fellow Protectorate subjects, it's...
With the Consul now in charge, harsher restrictions are likely to be implemented across Arcadia.
Got something that needs doing, Commander?
Bending my ear? Speak freely.
ready to spread the truth.
Doesn't sense a target. You're bleeding!
Impressive for a lightning rod. Keeps us from being fried while on Praetor, so that's something.
Oh there. Approach the gate and identify yourself if you're looking for access. Well, of all the improbable sights I'd never imagined to actually see, I've not the mind to solve the equation that demonstrates how unlikely it is you've survived enemy combatants, hostile critters, and endless lightning in near equal measure. Is that so? Amusingly enough, I'm inclined to believe you, which means you might be just the help Exemplar Simon's been waiting for. The grounding station was built to help manage and offset the lightning that illuminates the sky and scorches the ground without pause or penance. They also used the station for a number of experiments that they ultimately lacked the capacity to complete. But, suffice it to say, we far exceeded those limitations. Nevertheless, the Exemplar is in need of help to complete his research, and our small squad lacks the manpower to provide it. But you might be the universal variable we've been waiting for. He is in the lab atop the hydraulicalized lift. Ironically, the lift was struck by light. There is a trail that leads to the top. Just mind the jump onto the platform. And given the situation we find ourselves in, I'll be leaving the... Appreciate your facilitations. Should you ever need to exit the station, just...
Greetings, unaffiliated. Could you be a freelancer? A gun for hire? Might you be interested in a job involving the removal? Of course! I've heard stories from the frontline combat personnel about people of your persuasion. Living in... It all sounds so exciting. Maybe I should have an impromptu excursion. No. Remember your duties to the Order, Fitzgibbon. Phenomenal! This is the most exciting day in my recent memory. Tell me. Very well. There's a cave directly south. If you exterminate the lot of them, I'll upgrade your basic entry permission. Oh, this is so...
Conversation is not possible at this or any time.
Your contributions are much appreciated.
grudge, you know.
mean streak.
Recharge the mayhem!
Whatever your honorarium, it is well deserved.
I am at my wit's end with that damn protectorate safe. If you can open it, whatever's inside is yours. I wash my hands of it. So, you're the mysterious individual that's caused such a... Please consider me your personal conduit to this meager, yet profound portion of the universal equation. How may I be of service? Ah! So you're the reason I've been... Originally, the Protectorate designed this facility to control those grounding towers, which are the only... And to be sure, that is the only reason Anti or the Protectorate haven't taken this place by force. However, neglect during this conflict led to Axon's shorting at 5 of the towers, causing gross misalignment. If they aren't... Prior to being driven from this facility, the Protectorate was exploring lightning-powered... So with each tower you align, I can produce a batch of the explosives they theorized, and I would happily share them with you. That is fantastic. Our intrepid Pathfinder returns. Sadly, there's little more I can share. We're Nevertheless, it may please you to know that my...
You've returned. Are the Raptidons... Oh, incredible. Then, as the prime requisitionist currently at this station, I could... You're back. Do you... Incredible.
there. You came from outside the camp, didn't you? Interested in work? Or was the allure of helping to advance science and being paid for it too much to resist? I'll get right to it then. I need someone to bring me I'm a head biological researcher. I sent my assistant off to the north with a tracking device, hoping he'd and bring back my assistant too, if you find him with all his pieces still stuck together. Which of my assorted critters would you like to know about? We've got quite a pile of them here on Praetor. Excellent hunters, trackers, and shock troops. We tried them, and they were devastating for all of 12 hours. Then we found out the hard way that they're attracted to light. Once all the queens got zapped, that was about it. There's no more real hives now, just a few wasps. Gorvids are absolutely fascinating. The thought of being the first person to catalog the process makes me positively giddy with excitement. Guilty as charged. My job is studying which critters we can use to fight the Protect. Right now, it's mostly raptidons, which I'd be more than happy to talk on at Excellent. Something else, then? I sent him off with a tracking device to find a Gorvid egg. He might be out of his depth. Can you find him and bring him and the egg? Almost definitely a lethal encounter with a Gorvid. And that's what happened to my other 5 assistants. I know. You're absolutely right. I should have held one back to do all the grunt work. Now I have to We found signs of Gorvid activity. I sent him off in hopes he could put a tracker on a Gorvid. Then we could... Something else, then? Ask away. A little free information is a small price to pay. Excellent question. There is some special process inside the egg that happens just... Some bits? A rather unique weapon from my time in the project. Do they have chickens where you're from? Gorvids are similar, but much bigger. And something else, then? Thank you! Have you made any progress yet? Well,
Not a lot of unfamiliar visages this side of Praetor. More than happy to...
the corpses in here end up as Raptidon chow?
Yes, and?
I spent some time as a Raptidon training assistant. If I get my final severance pay in this war, will one of the Raptidons I trained eat me?
Boyd, stop! I don't want to listen to you jaw about this.
Maybe it'll be Ripper or Little Chompy.
Stop!
Self-betterment makes you 110% everything you ever hoped to be.
If you won't let us sleep for 8, you can't charge us for stimulates!
That's right, folks. Keep the chanting going.
No
I can
more
see the
bottles
overseer
on
up in our
factory
office.
floors!
We're definitely
Time
making
for
it
unlocked
miserable.
bathroom doors!
Workers are too rowdy. Door stays shut for now.
Peeing in bottles and cans! Others get the exact same pay, but only work 12-hour days! With no rest and no downtime, we shouldn't pay for Adrena time!
Just want to say I'm a big fan of your work.
No more bottles on factory floors!
Welcome, fellow disgruntled worker. Can't say I recognize you. You come from a different plant to support our cause? We're causing trouble. We just found out that we're basically slave labor. And now we're learning to stand. Dunbar, one of our level 3 packers, explained it to us. He's got a new coiffeured friend who's helped us understand the workers' plight of, our plight. We need the proletariat to yield to, worker subjugation by... Honestly, we just want to eat, sleep, and relieve ourselves on a reasonable schedule. But the damn overseer... I ain't sure how you're gonna get in.
I've heard of this, a strike. Workers
If you won't
strike
let
their
us
employers.
sleep for 8, you can't charge us for stimulates! With no rest and no downtime, we shouldn't pay for Adrena time!
Whatever it is you're after, go looking for it somewhere else.
Working hard or hardly working? That's rhetorical.
Yes? The whole reason we set up here is to avoid customers. See that repackaging facility down there? We're supposed to be working it. Slaving away. They work us like cysty pigs. Charge us for the stims we need to yoke those hours. And don't let us relieve ourselves, but... So, we're making trouble until that changes. Until we get... Indeed. Now...
unlike any negotiation I ever been a part of. Not that I've been part of many.
Heads up! Make some space! We've got a sanctioned non-employee... We don't want to make demands, coming out. but no more peeing in bottles and cans!
That's right, folks! Keep the chanting going! I can see the overseer up in her office!
Others get the exact same pay! With only work 12 hours! Yay!
The beauty of the corporatist ideology rears its ugly head.
Welcome to Auntie's fine product. I assume you are the... It was about damn time you got here. This labor stoppage has put us almost a full week behind schedule and is making me look quite the fool. Unsophisticated, impertinent, dim-witted. You'll fit right in with... It should go without saying that such flights of fantasy have no place inside Auntie's choice. And if we were...
I reckon she's got her wires crossed. Basic dignity is what And while we might have faced grave consequences back on Tau Ceti, it was under old management, who were trounced rather thoroughly in the end, I might add.
Nevertheless, here we must focus on getting these ingrates back to work and remind them that they're damn lucky to have Auntie's choice to dedicate their lives to. What? No, that would never... Well, actually whipping them might keep them awake and on task better than the adrena time we give them. You're asking me? That clearly is your... And when I say I, it is critical that you understand that as director of this facility, I should effectively be treated as though I were an executive. Is that clear? Well, there's no... This plant relabels dated items with new Auntie's choice. So, the workers may be unhappy, but they must realize their comfort is a distant second to Auntie's delivery schedule. My workers are striking people now? They've appointed some kind of leader, and he's the one you have to talk to. His name is, If I'm honest, I am a very important upper, middle, lower manager, and the way I advance that status scantily involves learning the names and faces of my peer. Their value is in providing and by providing their maximal effort, they allow me to ascend, vacating this position so that one of their undistinguished. Well, that's all fine and good in your system. But here in Arcadia, it is, and I believe he has demands, but I can't be bothered to remember what they were. They alter the generous term. You will find him up on the landing pad with some of his minions. Go help him understand the situations. Yes, well, I'm sure you'll manage. Best of luck to you. Do us proud. Welcome back. Did you make contact with workers? Well, be quick.
We shouldn't pay for Adrena time!
That's right, folks. Keep the chanting going. I can see the overseer up in her office. And we're definitely making her miserable.
I ain't aiming to seem rude, but I got a lot to deal with right now. Unless this is mighty important, I'll settle my complaints? How exactly you planning that? And he's got to prioritize worker prosperity over productivity. Remind me?
An inhospitable occupational environment.
Right, that. Right. Exactly.
They work 20-hour shifts, which require stims to endure that are charged at. And if that inhuman brutality isn't enough to offend basic, it is an unconscionable condition to keep these workers in. I can't imagine how hard it is for them to No, I'm just a fellow underling suffering the corporate grind who saw the plight of these poor folk and...
That's right. Leo has been an absolute
under the yoke.
Right, that.
Me?
Now hold it right there. We aren't here to talk about Leo. We're here to talk about what it's going to take to make us get back to work. Our shifts need to be reduced to 12 hours a day. 4 hours of personal... Second, if we gotta work those long hours, we want free Adrena time. Bad enough it's making it... Finally, we want all-day bathroom access. Expecting us to fit our necessities into the same 4 hours is just mean. Plus, between us, most folk ain't, if you get my meaning. Thank you for your trying. I don't know if we'll get it all, but...
Welcome back. Auntie and I continue to have high hopes that you will come to shine. So, what are these ingrate alley sprats willing to settle for? Golden privies and gilded sheets to be spoon-fed 12-hour? I am, frankly, disappointed you would even bring me such a preposterous demand. You should have nipped this a lunch break, you say? All right, you've convinced me. What, free? Giving something away for free is akin to ignoring the cost of its creation, which is one small step from the system completely breaking down and plunging us all into anarchy. What in the void are you talking about? My greed is certainly doing no such... What? No, I would never. That's slander and or libel. And you can... Well, fuck. That's quite the rub, isn't it? All right, what do you want? Huh. I don't know why you would waste Is there more they ask? They want to relieve themselves? What if they lounge? What if they take time to relax? What if they retreat somewhere? Oh, what more do they want? Very good. Ha! Welcome back. Have we finally reached the end? Well,
That's right, folks.
We don't want to make
Going.
demands,
I
but
can
no
see the
more
overseer up in
peeing
her
in
office.
bottles and
And we're
cans.
definitely making her miserable.
Hello again. Do you have news for us about the negotiation? That's as fine a place to start as any. Well, a most promising development. She willing to see reason? Free? Really? Why? What's next? Excellent. What progress? I suppose. Well, you have done exceptionally well by us, my new friend.
Damn! I really felt like I was close to signing all of you, and I needed that recruitment bonus. I don't know how I'm going to afford, but I'll get him next time. And he won't always have you working her ankles for her. And her usual age.
Next time? Against you? What in law's name are you saying? Sometimes you talk so odd it don't sound like you're Auntie's choice at all.
Yeah, I was starting to have the same thought.
It don't matter. All that matters is my working conditions have just improved mightily. Thanks to you, stranger. Now, if you'll excuse us, we're gonna get back to work.
Not sure how I feel about making workers' lives minimally better so they keep on slaving away. But I guess if they're too slack-jawed to see what's being done to them, so be it.
Payday's just a week away. But I'm honestly not sure if I'll be getting bits or if I owe my whole check to the company vending machines.
The workers have returned and production has resumed. I have already informed the Home Office, and with it, you may tell the executives that the workers have returned and production has resumed. Wonderful work. Our disruption ameliorated. I do wish it had gone more smoothly, but I understand. Do what you must.
Payday's just a week away. But I'm honestly not sure if I'll be getting bits or if I owe my whole check to the company vending machines.
I'd prefer to fight a trained Raptidon than a feral one. Well, neither, if I had a say in the matter.
Looks like we're about to have company of the unwanted kind. You've 5 seconds to make plain your intent before I let my boys here pitch some swill at you. 4. 3. 2. Last chance. Some folks really don't say I didn't honor Auntie's dribble.
Rolling
Protect me! Murder's more fun than an accomplice!
The work I have. Oh, you.
I'd prefer to fight a trained Raptidon than a feral one. Well, neither.
Looks like we're about to have. You've 5 seconds to make. So the upper rungers are suddenly in a. You've access to the main floor, but mind the fumes.
More I look around, more I'm glad this plant ain't close to any townships. We ought to disinfect real good after this.
Paying me enough to pick up after these dim bulbs. Just the other day, I had to warn one of them not to plumb an outlet with their own finger. Asked them why, and they just replied, it looked a little loose. Law. These scientist types might be bright, but they've got no practical smarts. Marvin! That puddle ain't water. No, that don't mean touch it to find out what it is.
Second floor is off limits.
Ever read the Middle Manager Handbook? It really shores up the foundation of your fundamentals.
Take it up with the head off. Stay in line, or I'll knock you to the bottom of the org chart.
All right, that marks an hour since ingestion. Now, tell me, how do you feel? And remember, this is for user research, so please be honest.
Out of every transformer?
Enter elsewhere.
Go consume like a good consumer.
Who needs to die? there's a new face. Any chance you've brung news from the commander? Can't restart the dig without his permission. And the clock's ticking on my started getting peculiar vibrations as we hit the halfway point. Could be nothing, but I got this job. Thanks! You ask me? I definitely earned it. That's what it was? We stopped digging because we'd been picking up... Wait, that means they already dug half the tunnel for me. What say you run yourself back to the base and get... We're on a tight deadline. If you haven't jobbed with the commander yet, the base is just down the road. We're on a tight deadline. If you haven't jobbed with the commander yet, the base is just down the road. Can't miss it.
If it were up to me, you'd get a raise.
We're on a tight deadline. If you haven't jobbed with the commander yet, the base is just down the road. Can't miss it. Dismemberment! Run out of things to blow folk up with? For a stick.
Have you made any progress yet?
pretty cute, as far as predatory monsters go.
We'll get the footage processed shortly. Don't worry, we'll blur all your imperfections.
By law, you've done it. I cannot lie. My map. Unfortunately, I am limited in forms of compensation. However, I trust that you will find wonderful methods of deployment that will manipulate every equation to your... Thank you again, my friend. Your contribution...
Hiding and seeking. Shadow melding activated. Me! You get the claw! Shadows. Shadow melding activated.
Not exactly up for that right now.
Engaging camouflage.
Have you made any progress yet? I can barely Incredible! And here's your reward. You've certainly earned it. Every Thanks again. Oh, which of my assorted critters would you like to know?
Commander, I have his message was suitably vague. I suspect he fears the Consul's eyes scanning his message, but I believe parts of the location can only be accessed by arbiters. He likely did. Bringing our findings to Verge, I only hope it dis...
Buy from me, please?
Ah, before I forget, here, this is for you. He seems good, actually. No
My friend from Placid Waters. Appreciate you fetching the pitch ball Millie got me. And of course, the escort. Wonderful, wonderful. So good to see Millie again. Don't know how to do anything here, but I can sing to my heart's content. You heading out?
Glad there are people out here like...
My boy had lost all his spark when he got back from mental refreshment. I thought he seemed to touch melancholy before. And this would help.
void happened to you? You saw me try to stop him, right?
Silent as a tomb. I hope we aren't too late. If Virgil's not about, he's like to be in the training grounds depths. There's a lift that will take us lower. It's behind the door next to those stairs.
Tristan! It's a relief to see a friendly face. Do come up.
Virgil! Oh, thank the architect I found you intact. We visited the Supreme Arbiter's office in Central Control and found something impossible.
Impossible? Why is it impossible? So that you may claim ignorance as to the truth of what you've uncovered? Fine. If you're still so thick-skulled, Tristan, then I can see I've no choice but to confess. Hold. Do you hear movement?
Attention, Arbiter Virgil Montag. Under the jurisdiction of the Consul, we stand to bring you low. Do not resist.
Damnation! I knew the Sentinels were looking for me, but I did not expect they would come to this place. We have no choice but to fight. I can operate our turrets from this location, but you must engage the Sentinels head-on to prevent our being overwhelmed. Go now!
Arbiter Montag, lay down your arms. Surrender and die.
Eliminate.
Those fools were but an expeditionary force. I've no doubt the bulk of their number remains on the surface. I shall take an alternate path to prepare a surprise for our would-be assailants. Then I shall flank them as you engage them.
Hold! You were beginning to say something before we were ambushed. I would care to hear it.
We cannot have this conversation until we are safe. Engage those on the surface and I shall join you. Go now.
Virgil, enough! Our being at odds with the Consul is one thing, but that was a small army! What have you done?
You already know whether you're willing to admit it or not. Do you sincerely have a need for me to spell it out before you'll face the truth? Very well then. Tristan, you stand before the murderer of the Supreme Arbiter.
I don't believe this. The Consul must have...
Open your eyes, Rao. The Supreme Arbiter was planning to send a message in her final moments, pledging allegiance to the Consul. Who do you think bore witness to those Had I not been so overcome with emotion, I would have been...
No.
I had to. I knew that if you learned what had transpired...
Would it? Or were you just trying to save yourself from my wrath?
With the demands this war has made on us all, Unfortunately, it was. I overheard her decision to allow...
But there was a choice.
Because I didn't want you to know. I never wanted you to learn the truth because I feared you'd lose your faith. No. Sentinel Peralt's remarks were the first I feared what you might learn there, so I scrambled to find an agent who might locate the room. Obviously, he did not succeed. I was pleased to learn that my decision did not result in his death, at the very least. That is news to me.
Killing one of Arcadia's future arbiters over a singular breach of rank would have been most tragic, but this is not the matter we're here to discuss.
How dare you! I would have rather the Supreme Arbiter did more than mentor us, and I killed her. As a traitor. Damn you. Damn you, no matter what I do. I find myself reliving that moment whenever I close my eyes. Her sin was unforgivable to the Protectorate. But the Supreme Arbiter taught me that the Protectorate is... Yet, I have found little...
I cannot believe what I am hearing. You know, you're right. This is not the first time we've encountered the paradoxical nature of Protectorate law. Our prior conclusions inform my present feel, but I cannot view this objectively. Virgil killed our mentor. It's madness. I don't know. It's just this sense of the wrongness of it. Oh, by the Architect, an arbiter frozen by feelings. But how can I know that my morals are not... The law is clear on this. It is but is addressing traitorism not the utmost priority of any arbiter? Is not the betrayal of everything we stand for more significant than a breach of protocol? No. And even if I cannot bring myself to execute my sworn brother. There's nothing menial about... No, I know not what to make of the Supreme Arbiter's betrayal.
Oh, joy. They talked it out. And here I was all ready to watch too.
Would that I could forgive myself. I shall have to live with what I have done in the name of the Protectorate. Defection is madness. But perhaps...
Virgil, you should take comfort in doing what was right.
Just in the eyes of the Protectorate. But we've forever lost our... How can I see the morality in a system that demands brothers, guardians, friends kill one another in its name?
I know I should return your words vehemently, but today's revelation...
1,000 words of thanks for meeting me here, Tristan. Though, before I go...
Go with the Sovereign's blessing, brother. And be careful. Commander, this has all been... draining. Commander, despite the manner of what Virgil has done, I cannot help but be glad I did not need to slay him. I still have much doubt about my path, but I don't believe Protectorate law. Having good intentions does not spare you. Yet what can I do? More than 100 years of Protectorate society cannot be changed by a lone body. Can it? But how? I shall remain with the Protectorate, interpreting its laws through a moral instead of a punitive lens. Innocent until proven guilty is a novel concept, but it is worth a try. A drunken, disorderly subject once struck my faceplate with an electrical pitchball stick, resulting in a concussion. My head. When we began traveling together, you instructed I just be nice. I deeply appreciate your hand in this investigation, Commander, and in entertaining my incertitude.
Go ahead. Tell me what ails ya.
Auntie's Choice Immunosol. Multi-spectrum antibiotics in convenient injection packaging. Auntie Cleo and Pal's Crabwitch. Tender, buttery, boneless. It's the sandwich you want to eat. Auntie's Choice Meaty Roll-Ups. 100% of your daily fiber needs. If packaging is also consumed. Auntie Cleo and Pal's Borst Rockets. A deep-fried, dough-wrapped Borst sausage on a stick. Launch one into lunch today. Auntie's Choice Sprat Crisps. We took the flavor you love and made it crispy. Auntie Fizzo's Special Cream. Your favorite non-alcoholic vodka condensate. Auntie Fizzo's Purple Berry Punch. You want a punch? We've got your punch.
Got something that needs doing, Commander? Thought I knew he was a desperate, sad man. You know what really gets me? Not one person thought to help their blessed leader. Fine by me. Well, ain't that shocking in hindsight? And now, we got this console to contend with. Fine by me. Presiding Bishop Bassar sure thinks a lot of herself, don't she? Fine by me. Sure. Got someone in mind. Not only is he a couple smokes short of a pack, he's also insufferable. I try. Gotta say, I'm impressed he's using his own gray matter for once. Now that he knows real justice is seems friendly. Don't mishear me. I can understand his qualm. Oh, I got a lot of choice words that would have even Val. She ain't right in the head. She's damn near bloodthirsty. I'll keep my distance. Ain't often you see an elder solving it, but something in her changed after what happened on the island. Fine by me.
Commander.
Such as?
What do you need, Commander? Who exactly? Niles Nate. I mean, how could he still believe in the... Please, you talked him out of all that.
I like his new dark and bitter attitude.
I find her amusing. And best not to torment her. Of course I do. I wish I'd known about her department when I was growing up. I used to think he was just a standard art, but the fact that you were able to make him question... Hope it doesn't diminish his zeal in smashing fools with that ridiculously large hammer. Not only does she possess more heart than your standard... She's fortunate she ran into you. Otherwise, I've...
Such as?
This unit is now at maximum efficiency. The overall likelihood of the current status, the Earth Directorate thanks you for your service in upgrading your Valerie unit. Reimbursement for part, did you know? The average Valerie unit remains in service for 5 to 10 years. Agent Ibarra, however, has extended this unit's functionality beyond this range. This unit is programmed to avoid commentary on age unless directly related to a health condition. It is always a pleasure to speak with you. Injuries to... How may this unit assist readying database? Which member of the incognito? The circumstances surrounding an increase in subversive remarks regarding the Earth Directorate have also been noted and recorded in Agent Ibarra's file. The Earth Directorate has never erred in the entirety of its long and storied existence. Trooper Ceylong's defection from Auntie's Choice. Please review the requirements for joining the Earth Directorate with troopers. A notable decrease in arbitrations has been observed from Arbiter Rao. Theory. Agent Delgado is showing an increased preference for pacifism over violent action. Agent Leitinger's rationality appears to be decreasing proportional to her cult. Please exercise extra vigilance when bringing Agent Leitinger into leaping range. This unit is ready to...
I'll admit, the coup caught me on the back foot. Always figured the console for a power snatcher. But I'd never put bits down on him. Just think about all those posters of the pair of them that'll have to change now. A real crying shame. Me? Rejoicing over tyrants? The Sovereign's misfortune is our gain, as far as I'm concerned. The console might be projecting strength, but by my reckoning... Oh yeah? What's needling you? Well, I've come to respect you, Commander. Not just as a leader, but as a, well, plan? I'm glad to hear it. Would have had some real grease on my face if you didn't. It was just me and Val for so long. I kind of, not to get too maudlin, but I'm used to losing the people who mean the most to me. I just want you to know, I'm not gonna let that happen this time. Don't worry, I'm not planning on jumping in front of any bullets if it can be helped. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. This can be a thankless job sometimes. Didn't want you going a day longer without knowing how much you mean to me. And I'm always up for a little back fence talk, though I'm guessing you don't mean that. Well, he hasn't brought the... If you had told me an arbiter will one day choose spirit of the law over the letter, I'd have never believed you. Tristan, can't say I know her well enough that it's been a treat watching her break free from her corporate overlords. Underneath that, though I will say, seeing Anais, I think she'd have a true... At least that's what I would say if I'm... Sure thing.
I am prepared. Speak freely. I did, yes. Quite the risky move, considering his message was rather astonishing. It's difficult to... But it all must have been... Do I detect a spot? Speak freely.
Feeling like I could take on the galaxy, Commander. But don't worry.
There are more profitable programs than the Protectorate's watered down rip-off. How imaginative. Tramacular, arriving any moment now. Approaching station.
Anti's choice 0 team E.
That one. Seats a blood sport. Sounds like red ink to an. We took what nature heedlessly assembled and vastly rebettered it through artificial means. At Anti's Choice, we strive to be 110% wholly plus artificial. Artificiality is our guiding principle. Enjoy an artificially enhanced existence through the conspicuous consumption of unavoidable embedded chemicals with Anti's Choice. An artificial life is a life that's sweeter. Live a life that's sweeter with Anti's Choice.
That they'll name you Employee of the Fiscal Quarter.
Business is good. We have positive bit flow.
Make profitable choices.
Don't wait for a line to form in front of you. Available.
Welcome back. We understand you've been a very...
Yes, time is bits. Tell us how it went. Oh, you're looking for a performance review? Well, that's easy. You stopped...
Yes, they are, and I applaud you for that. Though I had hoped you'd better represent our interests over theirs.
Well...
Anything else you'd like to report? Now, that's the compelling attitude. Your performance at that facility went exceedingly well, all things considered. And it was an ideal first step.
There you go again. Penning... What do a bunch of eggheads know about marketing? Marketing isn't some rigmarole you can plug into a computronic doodad. It's instinct.
It is an intricately crafted, multi-phase marketing initiative that it requires a series of daring, almost impossibly...
Whole thing's a load of bunco. Go ahead.
With pleasure! The archive on Cloister analyzed millions of variables with bazillions of permutations to create an idealized path for
Some oversized computronical doohickey. Mapping out key corporate strategery. We're Anti's Choice. Real marketing is gut-driven. It's not something you think about, it's something you feel. That is, just leave the big picture ideating to us savvy executives, Ameliorator.
Yes, suppose we...
I'm the head of our proprietary Insight Acquisition Division. The Protectorate have a process called Anti wants details on their methodology, pharmacology, and technology. This archive plan says it's important. Oh, do tell. I hope you gathered supplemental materials and recruited the scientist as well. You ran this head refresher through his own process, didn't you? You have a moral...
Well, that is tragic.
Now, I assume you won't mind. Our people will extract details about the pharmacology and methodology, and that will all no doubt prove useful. But we're most interested in the technology and its results. Can't say I like the sound of that.
How truly unfortunate. Those without desire or drive make...
What else can you tell us about the place? Turn up any additional details? Anything especially marketable? But still, they keep on marketing it as virtually foolproof, don't they? So much for their vaunted moral high ground, and so much for us exploiting that piece of technology. What else? Oh, good to know, good to know. Excellent. Along with something too bad about the lead scientist. All right, for your next assignment, well...
Congratulations! Your storied success has...
So your preliminary chores are complete? Oh, finally a contractor with a little backbone. Normally they flee or expire, leaving the work woefully incomplete. Ah, I remember you from before. Fairfield, yes? Tell me, as an outside agent, do you have any quandaries working with our organization? Well, I appreciate the clarity, if not the lack of guile. For now, I suppose we'll remain uncomfortable bedfellows. If not, do hope you'll forgive these two. They're competing for a rather significant promotion, you see. It tends to make employees fractious, like young ursopods cooped up in the den. So, you've been advancing a fairly radical idea with a group that, to date, we've considered our rivals. I received a most curious transmission from Ruth Bassar, presiding bishop of the order, proposing we discuss the prospect of our groups working together. She stated this was your idea. Yes, and I'm sure a certain delegate or two had nothing to do with it. A cessation of hostilities could present any number of potentially profitable options, assuming we could work out favorable terms. Are you sure you'd rather pursue this over your current exclusive contract with us? Before I contact Ruth, I want to be 110% certain. Fine. I'll initiate a call with Ruth through a secure line in the conference room next door. Let's pick this up there. Don't keep me waiting.
Don't let us keep you.
Good luck, my ameliorator. Remember, you can't spell heinous ascetic without Auntie's choice.
Welcome to Head Office Tower.
Remember what we
Again.
discussed and act equitably.
Who it is, the instigator of this little affair. Her mathematicalness should be along soon, unless the leader of the order's too busy crunching numbers to attend to business. There we are. Apologies for the delay. We were resolving some technical issues. Cloister's atmosphere has a tendency to... Oh, yes! Regale us with a thorough account of Cloister's atmosphere. Spare no detail. This must be Auntie Cleo's trademark wit. I expected better. Why, I don't know what you're referring to, I'm sure. Compared to how I treat my staff, I'm being a peach. If I was discourteous, I apologize. So long as our mediator proves up to the task, surely we can remain civil. If not, these negotiations may prove short indeed. From where I'm positioned, I sense 3 sore points still in need of massage. Point 1, control of the archive. Point 2, oversight of production and distribution of skip cores. And point 3, management of Rift technology. If there is one subject at the forefront of my mind, it is the archive. Before we go any further, I want it in writing that the Order will take full control of the archive without interference from Auntie's choice. What? So the Order can set it fruitlessly idling for another few centuries? We would put it to far more practical use. Imagine the marketing strategies it could develop. I would sever my own hand before giving custody of the archive over to a corporation. Humanity's ascension depends on its calculations. No, such a condition is out of the question. I am amenable to that proposition. Less work on our part. I'm waiting to hear an argument that would support such a ludicrous proposal. No one said anything about paying, but, it would be a pittance compared to the future profits we might derive. Involving money in science seems questionable, but having access to Auntie's resources would be useful for our research. Fine. Yes, I agree. Reluctantly. Ruth, I commend you for being so receptive. And I assure you that Auntie's choice values science. Nothing bad has ever happened when science and commerce are combined. On the subject of science, it would be most prudent for us to discuss who will be overseeing the management of skip drives, specifically the production of skip cores. No one understands production like we do. Besides which, we have far more experience using skip drives. It was how we came to Arcadia, after all. Where Auntie's choice manages, the Order would undoubtedly excel. Do not exclude us from consideration merely for lack of experience. So you ramp up production? And then what? Hand skip drives out for free to whoever wants one? Preposterous, and a waste of a perfectly good monopoly. We would be diligent about who we licensed out the skip drives to, and a monopoly over space travel is precisely what I wish to avoid. This technology should benefit all humanity. That assumes Auntie's choice would even abide by such a list of restrictions, and which would almost be impossible for the Order to enforce. Not to worry, we can build a regulatory commission to oversee production and make sure everything is up to Auntie's choice and Order standards. Oh, partiality concerns are a thing of the past. Obviously, regulators would be incentivized to care most about the safety of the consumer. You know, right after production costs. As would the likelihood that we will eventually improve upon it. We shall allow Auntie's control of the current design. There is still the question of who takes possession of the Protectorate's rift technology once the war is finished. Although the science is still largely theoretical, this technology could be used to not only close rifts, but create new ones. A dangerous power indeed, left in the wrong hands. The Order would fritter away valuable time endlessly hand-wringing what to do with the technology. Auntie's choice would actually use it. For good, of course, in a gainful manner. I'd be remiss if I didn't note that Auntie's Choice also has scientists. Very good ones, in fact.
But we're doing ourselves no favors if we can't admit we could do better.
I am certain your scientists are adequate. My scientists don't perpetually dither with profitless theoretical impracticalities. They produce tangible, worthwhile results in short order, or else. Point taken. Very well. Let the Order shoulder the risk. A rational resolution. There is one final matter I wish to discuss. I require some chemicals that I have been told are manufactured at a plant on Praetor, controlled by Auntie's Choice. I know which plant you're referring to, Ruth, and what comes out of it is hardly safe for general use. Out of professional curiosity, what could you possibly need with such dangerous compounds? Running a little experiment, are we? On what? Or whom? That is, quite frankly, none of your concern. Precisely. Partners don't withhold secrets, although they can and probably should withhold extremely dangerous chemicals if not properly notified of what they will be used for. I will make no progress with my request without further explanation, will I? While the archive is an infinitely complex machine, an equally complex apparatus has been designed which allows one to interact with it directly. Brain-to-logic assembly, as it were. Unfortunately, this headgear exacts a rather tremendous cost on the wearer. A certain panacea is needed to survive it, but I require these chemicals to finish it. Perhaps I have not been entirely forthright. This treatment will enact a permanent change in my personality. Irreversible. But it will not cost me anything I would lament losing. And I thought we were the ones who threw caution to the wind. Well, Ruth, if worst comes to worst, I'd be happy to serve as a substitute teacher for the Order. A generous offer, but I fear you lack a certain number of qualifications. Conscience, for example. That math is confidential, but I have enough reason to believe the outcome will be favorable. You sound just like Laureate Beckett. I'm weary of having this debate, especially as I can never seem to win it. Very well. Never mind about the chemicals. Now is not the time for risky experimentation at any rate. Oh, bother. Here I wanted to see Ruth lobotomize herself. Oh, well. Best I'll say is today's outcome is workable. Barely. Our gains were not as exclusive as I had hoped they'd be. Arriving at any arrangement even remotely equitable was statistically improbable. Be glad our mediator managed to find a middle path forward. As am I. You certainly have a way of curving probability into your favor. Well, that'll be all for today. Don't forget to purchase the latest in Auntie's Choice products out on the value-added Esplanade, or enjoy a refreshing cocktail at the Best Choice. And do come see me personally when you have time. I have just the thing in mind for an accomplished freelancer such as yourself. One moment. There are still the logistics of recapturing the archive to consider. We'll, of course, provide our expert troops to support these efforts. Have your people call my people to sort details. Doodaloo! Brusque as ever. Auntie's troopers will certainly help us manage the Protectorate forces easier, especially if supported by your help. But it would be irrational to expect you to endanger your own life without a more specific strategy in place. Fortunately, I have already given this some thought. First, Order forces must move into our former headquarters at Spyreton. A simpler task now that you have liberated it. By all accounts, you thoroughly routed the enemy. Well done. More importantly, there is a lift located in Spyreton which can deliver our troops into the archive to assist you against the Protectorate. Unlocking and calling that lift can only be done from within the archive, however. So you will need to infiltrate the archive by alternate means, via a bridge connected to Newton. Fortunately, I am told you already dealt with the cultists there. Unfortunately, you will still need to find a way past a small rift currently blocking the bridge. There is a computronical key that you will also need to locate within the archive called the Calcaduceus. The Calcaduceus grants special access to the archive. Once it is back in Order hands, we will have full control over its systems once more. Until the Order has control over the archive again, this discussion is all but moot. You know what must be done. May you achieve progress in accordance with the plan.
Corporate stooges and the Order were good for only one thing: laying waste to one another. Now they are allies?
I'm damn glad we could get Auntie's Choice and the Order to make peace with one another. I was worried for a minute that Basar was gonna pass up a good deal. Reckon this news will give the Arcadians hope. Law knows they need it. Anyhow, was there something you needed, Commander? Got something that needs doing, Commander?
Have you viewed any? Speak freely.
Time for discounts.
Cleo versus the Moon Man is a battle for our ages. A favorite legend to be handed down for a modest fee to each successive generation. Spacer's choice swollen-headed mascot represents the worst impulses of old corporations, who unfairly stack the deck against the little person.
We've successfully co-opted yet another of our rivals. Can't believe those eggheads accepted the deal. What's next on my agenda?
That outside contractor is here. You requested a brief tete-a-tete.
Ah, there you are. Our fresh-faced new go-getter. We meet in the flesh at last. You've proved quite useful. Keep it up. You'll be going places. You don't seem much put off by my appearance. Good. I have no stomach for those with no stomach regarding me having no stomach. It is, however, something of a brand secret reserved for only the most trusted confidants. And covered in detail buried within the confidentiality clause you agreed to on arrival. I trust this presents no concerns for you, yes?
Well, ain't meaning no disrespect, it's just everyone was saying that you were focused on a product launch or avoiding assassination attempts. That's why you weren't seen in public.
Poor dear, believing that erroneous drivel. You do know I have a reputation to maintain. I can't let every rung leech know my condition and open the door for plotting. I ask again, do you have any problems with the previously mentioned stipulations? Seems there's more to your shrouded past than I'd been led to believe. And here I'd been ready to disclose all. No matter.
Not at this time. Though I wouldn't rule out a little grave robbing at a later date. No, we have a mission for you that is vital to Auntie's Choice's survival.
We've uncovered an opportunity to procure me a new, audaciously improved replacement body. There was a past proposal to utilize graphs, but, once I saw what happened to those misfortunates in the experiment, like your hanger-on here, the idea was promptly abandoned.
Wait, are you saying that the grafting program was only started up to help you with your condition, and was shuttered because it couldn't?
Yes, keep up, dear. You think we would have invested money in such a risky procedure for gains on the battlefield? Well, that's what bombs are for.
That means your scientists lied to us, and our suffering didn't mean anything at all. Is that right? Me and mine were just lab sprats to you this whole time?
This is what you signed up for. Tell me, did you also believe that we came here to solely liberate Arcadia and not for its resources? Oh, you did. How sad. The body I want isn't just some simple yet stylistically sutured together amalgamation of corpses to bolt my head atop.
Not, this time, at any rate.
No, to find me the perfect body, you'll be assailing an inappreciably populated automated automech factory over on Prater. Not just any automechanical, something much, much more exciting. That facility was designed to build complex automechs, a natural choice when the Protectorate began experimenting with a proxy body for the original Sovereign. It was the last in a long line of his ill-fated life extension experiments. Work halted when he died, and the torso prosthesis they developed has been locked in the lab ever since. Make it mine.
Bolster defenses to protect key assets. Some of the order-derived direction can be downright oblique, but this is clear. Anti is our most key asset.
Admit I'm finally beginning to come around to that computronic little plan. Perhaps there is something to having the archive advise on market strategy and positioning.
Yes, I've begun to draw the same conclusion. Appears it can be a useful tool in the right hands. In any case, next steps. There's a sub-facility beneath the automech factory. Its entrance, being hidden, is easy to miss. But we can show you how to find it.
Well then, fetch me my new body and we can finally begin bringing this system to heel.
Good luck, my ameliorator. Remember,
Don't let us
you
keep...
can't spell heinous aesthetic without
Auntie has work
Auntie's
to do.
choice.
Shoot, dismiss. Off with you. As they say, time is capital. Shoot. Auntie, as they say, time is capital, time is bits. You're burning lucre just standing there. Go!
Can't afford.
I can't believe it. The only reason the grafting program was created was for Auntie's sake. And when it didn't work, we were tossed aside like broken toys. And for her to say outright that she's only here for the resources and the manpower, oh, she really took us all for a ride, didn't she? She told us we were liberators, that anyone could be a hero and be rewarded. ain't nothing but lies. And it ain't just Ortiz that's dead as a result. No. In fact, I'm a mite more galvanized to prove Auntie wrong and make these experiments worth it for us bottom rungers. Sure, she'd be happy to sweep all this aside. I won't let her. Anyway, appreciate you hearing me out.
Line our pockets.
For every taste and meal you can imagine, plus a few more that you can't imagine, but that we can.
Go ahead. Tell me what ails ya.
It defies belief you negotiated a partnership between Auntie's Choice and my colleagues. I've no faith in my predictions now. True, true. But that doesn't mean I have to like it. May the plan favor...
There's anything worse than my former fellow protectorate?
Whatever you need, Commander. Just name it. Oh, yeah? What's needless? If it ain't my favorite commander, always up for a little backfence talk. Though, sure thing. I trust...
Injuries detected. How may this unit assist you?
It's the Crabble you can drink. Anti-Fizzo's citrus-related beverage. Try to taste the lemon.
Do I detect a... Speak freely.